as I see it to my co-driver, who then writes it down. And we use a number system, and a 1 would be like the bus stop up the top, a hairpin, and a 10 would be pretty much flat, just a very kink, I suppose, in the road. So pretty much, to give you an idea, if you're doing, say, 150 k's an hour, and the co-driver says flat crest, even though you can't see anything, you have 100% trust in the co-driver, and you don't lift your foot off the accelerator pedal, no matter what, just hold it flat. And if the co-driver might have the crest wrong, you're in a world of pain, and if it's great, then perfect. So it's quite a task to get that perfect, and you're always learning and working with it. And I remember having a very big moment in Mount Gambier in 2005 with a new co-driver, and there was 5 crests in a row. They were all flat, but on the 5th crest it was like 100 metres to a T-junction onto a pine forest road. So, and she got the crest mixed up, and she called the last one flat when it wasn't. I should have been on the brake, and we come over this crest at about 170 kilometres an hour, and there was no road straight ahead. So thankfully there was a small fire trail in the bushes, and I kept the car straight and fired straight across into the bushes, and thankfully didn't hit anything, and we reversed back onto the road and off we went. So that shows you the level of commitment you need.
Oh, absolutely.
That you're relying on both. You're both in the car, and both of you have to be on your game 100%.
Yeah. Tell us a little about sponsorship, Jack. How hard has it been for you to get sponsorship? How easy has it been? And, you know, you've continued with many people that have supported you, and how do you help them with their businesses?
Yes, it's a very tricky art, I suppose, trying to attract sponsors and keep the commitments fulfilled and keep everybody happy. Product is a great way to sort of get your foot in the door. Just going up to someone and saying, hey, can I have $1,000 doesn't really get you too far. You need to be able to tell them what you can show them. Not this is this is me. You need to say how you can promote their product, their brand, their name. It is a very tricky situation. I have been very grateful that over the years I've had some tremendous support from local companies. Peter Cochran Transport supported me for a couple of years in the National Championship, and without him I definitely wouldn't have been there. In my early ARC days I had a tyre contract with Silverstone Tyres, and that got me to every event. And a lot of people would say, oh, but the tyres aren't that good. And to be fair, they're not a top level tyre, but it got me to rallies, it got me in the door, it got me doing things. So if it meant having to slow down to suit your tyre, then so be it. I would rather be driving at a rally like that with maybe not the best product, but still doing the miles. So that keeps you going and keeps you in the door, and it's all about just following up after events saying thank you. And I do a bit of a bonnet supporters program where it's say $100 and you can put your name or a message or a brand on the bonnet, and that's a great way for get the average person involved, and they feel excited that they've helped you and they come for a ride on the bonnet. And yeah, it's a great sort of scenario. But I always try to keep it local, and I have lots of help from local companies and even rally guys like Dave Dimmick at Gageworks. He's helped me out for a long time, and even if he doesn't give me any money or any support for a rally, his name still stays in the car. It's just there permanently, and yeah, sometimes you got to fork out the whole amount yourself. Sometimes you can get some small bits of support that help, but it's all about keeping the sponsor and the people happy.
All right, so you are well known in rallying business. You've come into a hill climb. Did you do the Alpine Rally?
I did the Alpine. I have done it a few times. So yeah, 07, 09 and 11 I did it.
Is it one of your favourite events?
It is. It's a bit of an addictive drug type scenario. Like when you get there, you're like, oh, it's a blind rally. It's a long way without knowing the road, and can be very frustrating. Coming from my background is pace notes, so I'm not a blind rally specialist, as I was saying, but I get quite frustrated. But it's very fulfilling when you can get a good stage time. And in 2015 we went there with a bit of a lesser package, I suppose. The car wasn't perfect and this and that, and we won like the first 2 stages, and then we were 5th and 6th and 8th and 10th and whatever, but we were there every stage. And come towards the end of the last day, we were in with a fighting chance, and it was pretty much a trees or trophy type scenario. And on the final stage, my co-driver Dale said, oh, we've got a 9-second deficit, we need to have a good go here. And you watch the in-car footage and it's like Colin McRae's driving. It's exceptional everywhere. And then I had a slight misjudgment, clipped a stump with the passenger's door, and straight away I thought, well, that's the rally done. We've just lost it on the last stage. And you watch the driving level just fall out the window because the head's switched off, and it was horrendous to watch. Scary, actually. And we got to the end of the stage, and we still won the stage and won the rally by 15 seconds.
Yeah, no, it was amazing.
So that was just absolute opposites of emotions to be able to do that. And we've gone back to the Alpine 3 times and haven't managed to get the same feat. So it's frustrating for sure, but that's the sport. That's why we're here, and it's an addictive drug.
Absolutely it is. Thanks, Jack, for your time today. You've done a great job. You keep going up the hill. There's passenger rides you have to do, because you're the best here, mate. That's what they say. Your car development is amazing. It's a great accolade to yourself and the people that support you. Thanks for being here today.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to everyone in Mount Gambier and the Car Club for having me. This is my first time here because obviously it normally clashes with that famous Alpine Rally, but I won't be doing the Alpine next year, and the car will be parked in Adelaide having a rest next year, so maybe we might pump the tyres up and bring it back in, because this is quite an amazing and challenging bit of road, and yes, loving every minute. So thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Thanks, Jack. Right, we've got Darren Masters on the line here. He was one of your co-drivers for many years, and he's a great driver. Why don't you talk us up the hill whilst he's driving up the hill, because this is a good experience for you.
So off goes Darren. He's been probably second, third gear. That corner's quite off camber. It's very busy down the bottom, and yeah, very busy, cresty, lots of arm coda to hit. He'll start to come up the hill now. Here he goes. So it's pretty much flat once he gets through this Armco section. So you have a left-hander coming up, so now you start to stretch the legs. It's a bit twitchy through there, and she's basically flat through these kinks. There's a fast left-hander coming up here where he'll need a bit of brake, but you don't want to lose too much speed, and then she's flat all the way up. He'll probably be almost top gear. He'll have to dab the brake before that left-hander. So into the bus stop, maximum speed through there. He might do a bit of handbrake. Darren is a motor carner champion. There he goes, beautiful slide. Into the left-hander and then the right. So Darren is exceptional with gymkhanas and motorkhanas. I remember going to a car park in South Australia one year, and he had a Mazda Familia. We had our Datsuns, and he could just pirouette this car around a witch's hat like you've never seen. Like, Ken Block did an exceptional job of promoting Yeah, like cars and motor cars and stuff. And I feel Darren is one of the most talented in the country for that. He's just exceptional with that tight car control. And when he co-drove for me in the National Championship, he was very good for criticism, constructive or not. Like, he'd always say, like, no, you're a bit average in here and there, which is, I feel, as a driver, you don't want to hear it, but you need to hear it. Like, you don't want people to say, no, that was really good, because you need to learn, and we're all learning.
We learn every day, absolutely. Talk about learning, we've got lots of young drivers here today that have put into some packages in their cars. They're doing a great job up the hill. What's your aim for this weekend?
Yeah, just to enjoy the car, I suppose, enjoy the event and the road. I'm doing the Adelaide Rally next weekend, which is tarmac, so this is a great warm-up, say. Like, normally I'd have to spend the first 2 or 3 stages remembering how much tarmac grip there is, because coming from gravel, it's a very different kettle of fish. So yesterday morning, my first time on tarmac for 2 years, I was turning into the corner and it was too early, because the car generates lots of grip, so I have to turn out again and then have a second bite. So it's a great warm-up for that Adelaide Rally, and just remembering how to sort of keep the car under control and tidy and fast on the tarmac, because it's, yeah, as I said, very different to the gravel scene, but very enjoyable.
Oh, you're going to find a lot of different bitumen types in Adelaide, because it's over the whole state. So here we've got what we call a mountain bitumen. So when the bitumen heats up, it goes sticky. You can feel that in Adelaide, do you think?
Yeah, the temperature plays a big part, like temperature and tyre compounds you can also change, so you have to be on your game in terms of picking your tyres, and then I guess if you pick the wrong tyre and you can feel the car moving around, you need to then switch off the commitment to preserve the tyre and get through, because if you try to push on with like a squirmy tyre, you'll just overheat it and it will never recover. So there's a big mental game with tarmac as well in terms of managing tyres, say, and yeah, keeping it all together to get to the end of each stage.
Absolutely. All right, I'll let you get back to your car, Jack, because you need to get in there, take someone else for a ride.
Okay, sounds
Make
good.
sure you go scare them, mate.
Thank you. See you, mate.
See you, mate. Just got a short break. The tow truck's just gone up. We'll just go see if there's anything on the road. A few people watching out there. G'day, Eddie Barrett.
Your four-wheel drive adventure awaits at Mount Gambier Off-Road Centre. Accessories, protection and recovery equipment. We've brought together the very best in four-wheel drive, the big brands, the trusted names, including the complete ARB range. Everything's been chosen for its quality, reliability and practicality. We help you get kitted out with all the gear you could possibly need, and we expertly fit it here too. Go on! Mount Gambier Off-Road Centre, 308 Commercial Street West.
Just like your car, tyres need regular maintenance too. Tyres that aren't maintained will wear more rapidly, cause your vehicle to use more fuel and may compromise your braking and handling ability. For all your tyre and mechanical needs, call Trident Tyre Centres.
Jay Frost crossing the line there with 1 minute, 0.4. He's done 56.96, which is good job for him. His best today is 58, so he's dropped 2 seconds from his time. Just for a lost and found, please. Lost, the assistant director, unfortunately has lost his phone. He's in this is a keep a lookout for, a Samsung phone in a brown cover. The name inside will be Peter Locke. If you can return it to Race HQ or one of the officials if found, please. So it's a Samsung in a brown cover. Name inside is Peter Locke. Thank you.
After this run, it's the last cars up the hill. We're doing a 10-minute break and we're going to have a double bus run. So if you miss the first bus, there will be a second bus on this break. So if you want to make your way up or down, make your way to the bus stops at either end. Looking at Simon Phil now making his way to the top of the mountain. Oh, Simon's just stopped the clock actually at 58.03.
Lockie Tillett. Cold Trickle, as we call him. Cold Trickle.
Just went for a ride up the hill with Jack Moncur, so he might have learned a few little tips there.
I think he did, because he's not understeering in that corner now, so...
Yeah, maybe. Very nice. Yeah. 58.2 there for Lachlan.
That's very good.
Very respectable time. Be happy with that.
Got got the super bug coming up the hill now. The super bug of Graham Vanderhurt.
Our co-commentator here.
And Junior Development Series in South Australia in Southern Districts Car Club. Does a great job there. Preparing cars and getting them ready for the young kids to learn.
He loves his motorsport, Graham. Does a 104.74. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, Mr. Consistent.
Yeah, just telling me in the pit a minute ago that he's taken off his air cleaner and put some ram tubes on there, his own design. So
We'll
he's
see.
hoping to get a bit more power out of it, he said. He might have been just talking crap to me as well.
Most likely.
As we see the little escort of Adam McCall now making his way around the hairpin. Had a little bit of a mishap on his previous run. Done a bit of damage to his side there on the left-hand side.
Just a scratch and dent. It's all right.
Yeah. Such a nice car to damage.
Yeah.
116.2 there for Adam.
Shows he was trying. We got
Steve Saunders. Yeah, it's our race controller Steve Saunders now making the way around the hairpin in the Nissan Altima.
had a great chat to him how he achieved buying this car. And he bought it for 18 grand.
Yeah.
And everyone went, "You've got to be joking." But it is a daily driver.
That's it. 109.25 for Steve there. Yeah, it's just a bit of a promo car for the V8 supercars of that era.
G'day, Eddie Barrett. Having a wave out. Eddie Barrett's another one that's back in the day. He will assist anybody to help them move forward in their motorsport. He's certainly helped me 2 years running. I drove his Subaru for a while.
Is that the one
That's the one I blew up.
at the hairpin there?
At the hairpin.
Yeah.
Sorry, Eddie.
These things happen in motorsport.
They do. You certainly don't get in a car and think it's going to go to plan.
All the preparation in the world doesn't matter sometimes. Things just fail.
Absolutely. Hello, Andrew Mills. Andrew Mills is down here driving a little Swift.
Yes, so
The red one?
this weekend,
Yeah.
a little sports Swift. We're looking at Max Vittinen now, crossing the line, and he's going to stop the clock there at a 106.8.
We've got Gavin Farley heading up the hill. He's on the charge today. He's got a little bit of a time to beat. Does a good job, Gavin. He put this motor together only on Friday. To stick it in the car to come down on Friday night. He helps Tanya Lankak, I believe. He helps her with the motor. So that's where the commitment comes.
Definitely knows what he's doing. 55.84 there. Chris Kenny now making his way out of the hairpin in the little Subaru.
We'll have to get see if he's got any dunny papers with one of the Kennys.
Does a 58.4 there.
Such good footage we've got here on the Go Live, Rural IT Solutions. They've got a drone that's going up and down the hill. It's just like we're in Europe, honestly.
It's awesome footage.
The scenery is beautiful down here in Mount Gambier. The weather's great, it's holding back.
Just seeing Luke Lamont now taking his little XL over the line. Stops the clock at 108.1.
Another consistent fellow for the weekend.
indeed. Now looking at the XR8. It's Bill Davis, that's right. Let's just try and think.
Lucky we've got a list.
He's missing off this list. Bill's taking the XR8 to the top of the mountain now. Pretty well presented vehicle, this one, from an older Falcon. 102.2 there. His time.
We've got a fair amount of land boats here in this field, haven't we?
We do indeed.
Seems to be popular. Oh, he's even got the wheels lifted off there.
He did.
Good job.
Good run by Bill there. Now looking at Alex Bonner in their FG XR6. FGX XR6 actually. The last of the
Yeah, I don't think Australia ever thought we wouldn't be producing cars.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, to be honest, that we've lost that market. Because now all we're left with is SUVs and vans and four-wheel drives.
Which is great for DPR.
Great for what, sorry?
DPR, one of our sponsors for this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, the diesel particulate filter cleaner.
That's right.
Yeah.
Everything's virtually diesel or electric.
That's right.
111.20 there for Alex Boner. Lloyd Deckyruff now just runs through the line in a 57 flat in the it's a 180, is it? 200. It's
180. 180, is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's a good time.
57 flat. Been pretty consistent all weekend in this car. Kyle stops the clock there at a 1:09.80. We see Michael Ruff now make his way out of the hairpin in the little maroon XL. One of the several XLs we've got here this weekend.
Yeah, good grassroots motorsport for the XLs. Cheap to run, front wheel drive.
106.18 there for Michael Ruff. As we see the big corridor of James Honda Hall making his way to the finish line now.
Up the hill on the drone footage now. We've got our guest speaker Jack Monkhouse heading up the hill for his run.
Yeah, I was very appreciative of Jack coming and have a chat with us. It was very, very informative chat.
Yeah.
A lot of race knowledge and good history there. Nice, good stories to tell there.
Absolutely. Sometimes we don't get to know the people that are in the cars, but it's really nice for him to come and have a chat.
He's more than welcome back any time. That's a 57.72 there for Jack.
He'll be happy with that one. That's not 80%.
We've only got a couple more cars on the line now. Just a couple of media rides, and then the buses are going to make their way down. So if you are wanting to catch a bus to the top or bottom, make sure you get to the bus stop now. There will be 2 bus runs this break. We're going to have about 10 to 15 minutes lunch break. Then return to racing for the rest of the Arvo and see who's going to be Legend of the Lake 2023.
Thanks for Rural IT Solutions for the drone footage. We're seeing how the cars are parked up on the top of the hill once up there. They do their turnaround up there. Drivers are out the car having a look around. It's a great lookout. If you've got time after the event, just go and have a look. That's a lot of motorsport memorabilia just there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an awesome view seeing that this year. Like most spectators here at the Legends that have been coming over the years wouldn't realise what goes on at the top there, and that's how we pack them in. Got to pack them in nice and tight. That's why our brackets are the way they are, and we have to send half the cars down the hill because we run out of room at the top. As we see Dr. Booker now just making his way to the finish line. Had a few little issues with this car during the day.
Yeah, you had to replace the fuel filter and a bit of a problem on that one.
Looks like he's sorted out the bug though, because
Yep.
he's got a 101.5. So yeah, just a reminder, get to the buses if you want to make your way down. Yeah, just a shout out to all the officials there for all the help this weekend. Obviously couldn't run this fantastic event without all your help. Definitely a shout out to our drone footage there of Rural IT Solutions. Doing fantastic job there. What a great place we've got here at the Lakes. Yep, and thank you Bosch for the extra cameras and funding to make this possible for our live stream this year. Also, I'd like to shout out to JSM Carports and Verandas. So if you need to get a carport or a veranda put on your house, give those guys a ring. They're floating around the pit today actually, so if you do know the blokes, go in and have a chat to them. Kia Beauty, Cub Power, L&H Electrical, MGS Towing, Mount Gambier Sawworks, that's Praddy's working down here at the start line today. Motorsport Service Solutions, MSS Safety, MTA, 141, Amiga Racing Karts Australia, Perry's All Maintenance, Peter Rogers Auto Repair, P&D Race Products, Pot and Steel, Rural RT Solutions, SE Fire Extinguisher Services, S&J Automotive, and SA Time Attack. So we're just going to have a short break and we'll be back in about 15 minutes with you guys after these cars return down the hill and we'll have a little break. Thank you. So the assistant director has lost his phone. It's a Samsung in a brown cover His name is inside it, Peter Locke. Can you please return it to Race HQ if found? Down the bottom here, we're not quite sure where, but we presume it was in the pit down the bottom here that it has been lost. So it's a Samsung in a brown cover. Any phone you find that's not yours, just bring to Race HQ, thanks. So we're back underway here at the Trident Tyre Centre, Legends of the Lake 2023, as we just watch Edward Wallace cross the line at a 105.6. Now see Peter Harper making his way to the top of the mountain in the Mark II Escort. Nicely put together little race car, this one. Quite often see the Escorts on the rally tracks. A couple of years ago here we had Frank Kelly come and put on a show for everyone in his baby blue Escort. He was rather entertaining for the crowd. And Peter stops the clock there at a 1 minute .94 as we Now look down at the Wayne Casey MX-5 making its way to the top of the hill. Wayne's been pretty consistent this weekend, running 105s and 106s in the MX-5 here. And this time, he actually looks like he might get a little bit under that. He's going to stop the clock at a 104.48. Wayne will be happy with that. As we see Hayden McMahon now make his way around the hairpin in the 86. Hayden crosses the line there at a 102.6. A little bit off his best pace for the day of a 101.7. Everard Edwards now makes his way around the hairpin in the GT86 as well. He's been running 106s and 107s today. And this time Everard puts it over at a 106.3, same as last run. Last of our little BRZs/86 is now making its way around the hairpin of Nathan Kilkenny. This one is a Subaru BRZ. Nathan's been leading the pack amongst these cars with 101s. And this time he does a 1 minute .001. To the screen now, we see the TX3 of Mark Lacey making its way around the hairpin. So Mark Lacey puts the foot flat to the floor and he's going to break the beam and stop the clock at a 107.16. As the Baby Grand miniature of Sean Williamson's now enters the chicane. Imported from America, this car. Usually seen on the oval circuit. He does a 56.90. John Parker now in the 72 Chimera, making its way to the top of the hill. Today of a 104.38, and this time he does a 104.59, so a little bit slower but very consistent there by John. As we see the Andrew Mills Suzuki Swift Sport now making its way to the top of the hill. Best time of the day for the Suzuki has been a 107.37. Let's see what he's got in store for us this time, Andrew. Rather smoothly taken around the chicane there, hairpin. And Andrew stops clock this time at a 107.37. Exactly the same time to the millisecond as his last run. As we see the RX-8 of Bailey Munro now making its way to the top of the mountain. Bailey's been running 103s to 105s today, and this time's a 103.7 for Bailey. So no improvement there. As we look at Jeff Varden now in the very well presented at 1200 Datsun Coupe. Definitely knows how to steer this thing up this hill. Did run a 56.74 earlier today, and this time he's done a 57.27. As we see Wayne Fitzpatrick now making his way up past the Devil's Punch Bowl. Got some good road speed there in the 180. Driven very well there around the hairpin there. And Wayne's going to stop the clock there at a 57.52. Greg Bowden now in the Cortina making his way around the hairpin. Awesome looking Cortina this one. And Greg's going to stop the clock there at a time of 59.24. As we see the Michael Clare entry making its way up the hill now. The Commodore. Very nice entry into the hairpin there. Rather quick for a large vehicle into the hairpin. And he stops the clock there at a 58.81. That's his fastest time of the day. He'll be happy with that. As we see the Glen Ladder RX-7 now. One of the guys campaigning the rota this weekend here. And he's going to do a 58 flat. Also, Glenn's best time for the day. We'll see the Ford Mustang of Ben Trelaw making its way to the top of the hill now. Probably in my top 10 cars to look at this weekend. It's a very well presented race car. A lot of people would just like this car as a Sunday cruise car. Take the car shows, but Ben's out here doing what the Mustang was designed to do, throw it on the racetrack. And Ben stops the clock there at a 113.1. As Andrew Campbell now is making the climb up the mountain in his S14. Andrew's been pretty consistent today. He's run best time of a 54.35. And he always puts on a bit of a show at the top of the hill there for the crowd. So we're just seeing him making his way into the hairpin now. Usually leaves here with a lot of tyre smoke. Rather smooth this time. He's obviously looking to pump a decent time out, trying to get under that 54.35. which he does, a 53.9. Very nice there by Andrew Campbell. As we see the Braden Balstow Mitsubishi Lancer now making its way into the hairpin. Every time this thing takes off the start line, it backfires hardcore at us and feels like a shotgun going off. And this time, Brandon's going to stop the clock at a 58.25, being his quickest time of the day. So track conditions are not looking too bad out there. We are watching the clock plummet on most people. As we look down at Matt Firth now and his Sylvia. Around a 56.45 earlier today. Points to the finish line, holds the foot flat, and he stops it at a 55.63. So the times are definitely dropping. What has Murray Height got for us this time? Murray ran a 101.75 earlier in the day. Been campaigning this car here all weekend. Had a good run on Friday and it's just been improving all weekend. Big shout out to the Height family for their help setting up Legends this week. Paul helps truck in a lot of the barriers and Armco we see around here, which is very greatly appreciated. And Murray has just busted out a 1:08.2. He's going to be very happy with that. Murray is awesome work there. As we see another rotor, RX-7 of Damien Malzani making his way around the hairpin. Now this guy is no slouch. Been coming to Hillclimb the last few years here. Has taken out an outright position on a Friday and usually wins his class. He's done a 55.14 there for Damien. Very nice time. His fastest of the day. Just watching Patrick Hughes now in his Sylvia. Also been campaigning it here all weekend and slowly chipping away at his times. Started up over 111s on the Friday and he's brought it down to a 105, so he's definitely getting feel for the car and more comfortable behind the wheel there, sorry. And this time Paddy's done a 105.34, so he has just bet his best time. Very nicely done there by Patrick. As we see Mick Goon in the Big Banger VK Commodore making his way around the hairpin. Had a few dramas with the hairpin earlier today, Mick. A few little hold-ups there at the top. Still busting out pretty respectable times though. And this time he's done a 57.96. Mick's going to be happy with that, shaving about 3 seconds off his time from an earlier run today. Very good job there by Mick. See Steve Goss now. Appears to have stopped just at the Browns Road Lake intersection there. Not quite at the return road. Going to have to get the recovery vehicle. So unfortunately for Steve Goss, it's going to be a DNF. So just to have a little break while they go recover Steve. Doesn't seem to be any problem there. It just looks like the cars are stalled in the middle of the track. They are now pushing him off. So Steve Goss has been pushed off the track there and into a safe spot at the Browns Lake turnoff. Unfortunately for Steve, the DNF there in the Clubman Puma. Back at the line here, we've got Michael Nixon in the Daihatsu Mirror now, just making his way off the line. One of the biggest wings in the field here. There's a couple of large wings here this weekend. See Michael Nixon now making his way around the hairpin in the little mirror. Bit of a handbrake corner there by Michael. A little bit of tyre smoke off the back of the mirror. And Michael's going to cross the line there at a 107.9, being his best time of the day. Good work there, Michael. As we see the Nick Strickerson, the GTR, making its way around the hairpin now. Nick's been running around 53.37, and this time he's done a 53.53. So not his best for the day, but still very respectable time. As down the hill a bit, we've got Dale Tucker in the 200 SX making his way to the top of the mountain. Dale's best time for today has been a 56.74. Dale does a 57.06 this run. Looking at Mike Holland now in the Porsche 996 making his way to the finish line. Mike Holland does a 101.77. Not quite his best time for today. As we look at Patrick Hitchcock now making his way around the hairpin in the GC8 WRX. Patrick ran a 57.36 earlier today. And this time he's going to stop the clock at a 56.45, beating his best time for the day. That's good. Continue seeing these times drop. Drivers are trying to find every last bit out of their cars at the moment because they know they've only got one more run after this for the Bosch Motorsport shootout. As we see Kurt Wilson cross the line at a 55.54, a little bit off his best pace for the day as well. As Brenton Byfield with the monster wing on the back of that Subaru Sports Wagon makes his way around the hairpin. He ran a 57.2 earlier today. And And this time he's done a 57.34. Now we're looking at the main man, Dan Day, making his way to the top of the mountain. He ran a 49.2, I think it was. Looking to try and get down to the 48s and set a new track record. He's looking pretty good here, but maybe still just a smidge off the pace there. He's done a 49.85. Best time of the day today by Dan Day, a 49.85. Absolutely flying up the hill. As we look at the Peter Holst entry now, the Volkswagen Golf R making its way around the hairpin. Nice little hot hatch here. Good in the black as well, and Peter stops the clock there at a 58.31. Little bit off his best pace for the day, but still a very good drive. As we see the Wayne Brewer now entry making his way around the hairpin. 99 WRX GC8, obviously famously driven by Colin McRae to World Rally Championships. 103.5 there for Wayne, making that his best time of the day as well. Got Tanya Langcake now, who probably is leading the ladies class this weekend. She ran a 1:07 earlier today. Very respectable time. She's looking to make a good time here as well. It's a 1:33 for Tanya. A 1:33, so shaving a couple of milliseconds off the clock there. As we see David Harris now in the Haddonfield Seeds entry. WRX making his way around the hairpin. Just lifts that back left wheel off the ground, exiting the hairpin. And he does a 55.62. Very good time there for David Harris, making it the best time of his run for the day. As we see Andy Sorandis now in the Mitsubishi Evo 8 making his way into the hairpin. Very nicely taken there by Andy. He ran a 54.42 earlier today. And this time he's going to stop the clock at a 54.86. Not quite his best, but around the money. Mark Dixon now, Douglas Johnson now, Friday's outright winner, making his way around the hairpin. His best time today has been 52.81, which is not bad. Coming up behind him is Damien Brand, who's actually outpipped him today with a 52.60. But Douglas has just pulled out a 51.77. What a time. Now, if we look at the screen, it will be an impressive hairpin here by Damien Brand, as always. Oh, he's stopped it there. I'll put the curse on him. That's a bit disappointing there for Damien. He won't be happy with himself about that stoppage at the hairpin. Puts him at 55.38. So he's going to be able to have one more go at him in the Bosch Motorsport shootout to see if he can hit Douglas today, because that's an interesting little rivalry there between the two WRXs. As we look at Derek White now in the Liberty GT, around a 56.7 earlier in the day, so he'll be just looking to better that time. And he has done a 56.3, so he'll be happy with that. see the big mean machine of Kevin Mackerel making its way around the hairpin now. An absolute Hillclimb monster. Horsepower aplenty this thing has. Mackerel does a 52.56, just under his best time for the day too. He did a 51.4 earlier. So Kevin's going to have to come back with something special for round 4 in the Bosch Motorsport shootout if he wants to be on that podium today. See one of the brand entries now making his way around the hairpin. That being Corey it is. Corey's ran a 105.08 earlier today. This time just under it, a 106. Unfortunately for Corey, a 106.07. But still good drive regardless. Now we've got Steve Pauly on screen in the little Morris Mini Cooper S making his way to the top of the mountain. Looks like he might be having a few problems there. Definitely not putting the pace on that he has been earlier in the week. Definitely some problems with this Pauly entry. Just slowly making his way around the hairpin now. He's already at a 115 now, so he's way over his best time already. Pauly's going to cross the line there and stop the clock at a 134.7. Definitely some issues with the little Mini there. Recovery car's just gone up the track just to check track conditions, make sure there's no oil or debris on the track.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia.
Just waiting while we're waiting for the track to clear here and go green again. Never mind, the track has gone green again and we're underway. So we're looking at Darren Schumacher now on screen in the Bluebird, making his way to the top of the hill. Darren ran a 101.5 earlier today. He's just making his way past the Wildlife Sanctuary now. Past the punch bowl there, keeping it rather smooth. Pretty good entry and exit to the hairpin there by Darren. So he's looking to get below a 101.5. This time Darren stops it at a 101.28. So Darren will be happy with that time. We look at the Sylvia of Cruz Frost now making its way to the top of the hill. Did look like it had a few problems when it was leaving the start line down here. And he's ran a 59.6 in that earlier today, so there definitely appears to be an issue because he's going to go over in the high ones. Does a 1:15.7 for Cruz. Definitely a few car issues there. Nathan Ackley now throwing the VTSS Holden Commodore into the hairpin. Nathan ran a 104.25 earlier today. This time he does a 104.5, so very consistent there by Nathan. As we see Graham Fenton in the 180SX now. Looks like the Knight Industries car here. There's a little flashing light on the front. Graham stops the clock there at a 101.15, being his best time for today. Good work there, Graham. We're looking at Justin Devlin now, climbing the mountain in his Holden Commodore VY. Ran a 106.3 earlier today. So, hoping to see a time below that. Rather smooth in the back chicane there. Pointing his way to the finish line. He is on target for around his best time, and he has done it. A 105.58 for Justin. He will be very happy with that. As we are looking at Mark Slater now. WRX making his way around the hairpin. Mark ran a 104.1 previously. Looks like he's going to smash that one out. It does a 102.8. Very good time. 102.8 there for the impreza of Mark Slater. Sandra Brunham now on screen, running the GD WRX, ran a 108.7 earlier. Looks to be on target to beat that time this time, and she does, beats it by nearly 4 seconds, a 104.61 there for Sandra, a 104.61. Very nice time. She'll be super pleased with that, to knock nearly 4 seconds off the previous run. It's a huge amount of time to make up on this track. As we see David Byam now campaigning the first of the BMWs out of the Byam stables today. 1:13.6 earlier. Took the hairpin rather smoothly there. So, David, this run is going to stop the clock at a 1:11.30 being his best time of the day. So Lucas by him now. So in the 318i BMW. Making his way to the top. Lucas ran a 1:20.26 earlier in the day, so he'll be looking to shave a couple of seconds off that, hopefully. He's only a junior and new to racing, so all the support we can up there for the young fellas at the top of the mountain. Give them a cheer. Let them know they're doing a good job. And Lucas stops at a 1:26.37. Seeing Mark Povey now making his way into the hairpin. Slightly damaged car there on the left guard. Wonder what happened there.
It's a mystery mile.
Someone might have to buy someone a box of beer.
Is that the way it goes here?
Shared car.
Yeah. Buns.
57.26.
Buns Act, do they call it?
57.26 for Mark. Not quite his best time of the day. Did a 57.01 earlier. See Tristan Crowe now in the Legends of the Lake Livery Commodore there.
One of the good officials that we have down here, working down here as well as competing.
Definitely. I don't know how he has time to build a race car and build a racetrack. But he does, and it's great to have him here again. 102.14 for Tristan.
Well-maintained racetrack, thanks to the council.
Yep. We've got that beautiful Lancia Stratos of Trent Brand now making its way around the hairpin.
I think there's a feather-lined doona that sits over this car during the runs.
I would believe that.
Immaculate car.
Getting used for its purpose-built reasons. And it's 104.3 there for Trent. A little bit off his best pace for the day. As Anthony Norris, Mr. Grand Auto Wreckers himself, makes his way around the hairpin. He's planted it towards the finish line and stops it at a 55.04. Looking at one of the media rides now in the little Excel here. Not actually sure who is driving that little car.
It's a mystery guest with a mystery guest.
Yep, a mystery driver. Does a 107.25 for the little XL, not too bad. There's we see Jack Monkhouse now making his way around the hairpin. Flicks it around in true rally style. What a
that's it.
What a great ride this would be for the lucky passenger in there.
He's a young lad. He's been working at the potato shop all weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just had the ride of his life at a 57.7 up the hill here.
And still, that's 80%.
That's right, 80% for media rides. Fantastic work there.
And thanks, Jack, for offering his car to do it.
Great little carriage there.
With the doctor flying up here through the hairpin now. He seems to have fixed his issues. That's the end of the pack, I believe.
Yeah, so that's the end of the first half of run 3. So these cars will come down the return track, and we'll send the last half of run 3 up the hill, and then run 4 is going to be the final run for the day. It's going to be the Bosch shootout. So if you're going to win this event, you've only got one more shot, one more chance to do it. So we'll just take a short break, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
You blokes done? Oh, I see Harry got the works. Light Force driving lights, ARB Summit bull bar, side protection steps and the ARB Ascent canopy with push-button windows, remote keyless entry no less. Heyman Reese tow bar too, eh? Of course, gotta have the ARB fridge in the back. All ready for the weekend. Yeah, Harry's work here, brought to you by Trident. Trident Tyre Centres, Mount Gambier, Portland and Narracourt. Keeps you safe on the road.
Got a live track again. We've got Norm going up the in his Porsche, Martini Porsche, with his matching Martini shoes. Go for a quick foot.
Yeah, very nice Porsche here of Norm Goodall. 911.
Do you remember
Series.
Clarkson when he drove the 911? What did he say? Sits in his garage and works out a way to maybe make his day not so good.
Yeah, apparently they're pretty bad for handling a lot of these rear-engine cars.
Oh, I don't see that from Norm today.
No, he's been... last run he did drive through.
He did.
The hairpin there.
He's done that well.
This time.
Well done, Norm. Bit of a slide out there.
Norm's going to put it over the line at 102.4. Not too bad from Norm there. Did a 101.58 in his first run. So this is the second half of bracket 3. We are going to have one more full run after this. Bracket 4 will be the Bosch shootout. Top 5 fastest cars will be at the end of the bracket. As we see for a Sunday driving 102 with the top off on a 104.9 there.
It'd be a bit of a chill going through that car today.
It would be. Would have been nice on Friday when it was 30 odd down here.
Oh, absolutely. Got a bit of smoke from the tyres from the green Volvo.
Russell Gallagher now in car 80, making his way to the finish line. As we look at Nathan Green.
The Volvo with the
81.
smoking Volvo. Oh, there it is again. Hey!
Giving us a wave as he finishes the line there.
I suppose if you're not going to win it, you might as well be the grinner.
For those playing at the top, this is car 82, Peter Rogers.
And that was for Mrs. Vanderhoek. .4.3 there for Peter Rogers in the car 82 Datsun 1600. As we see Chris Clayson now in the Mitsubishi Magna making his way into the hairpin. He does a good job.
Chris ran a 102.6 earlier today. And he's done a 102.69 this time. Tim Tolliner now in one of the 86s making his way to the top of the mountain.
They're great cars to drive, to be honest. I did them on the track at Malala the other day. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I actually haven't driven one of these, even though I work at a Toyota dealership. I still have not drove one of these. Don't even know if I'd fit in one. A 102.24 there for Tim. Shane English now in the Maztang RX-4. Pretty sure it's got a 5-litre Windsor in it.
Yeah, that's it.
Pretty rare car, these ones. And Shane puts it across the line there at a 109.73.
I think we could probably safely say anything without a plastic bumper is the ideal car to have in your shed.
That's right. And we're looking at Aaron now Thompson in the Mitsubishi Verada.
86.
For those playing at home. It's been running a 102.8-ish, and this time he's just done a 101.12. So he's his best time for the day. Nicely done there, Aaron. Should be looking at Brad Smith in the R33 now, which we are, who's happened to make a bit of a mistake there at the chicane. Oh, he's lost
his bumper.
He mustn't have held on too well if a parking cone takes it off.
Parking
he's going to proceed to run this
off.
thing over, I think. No, he's changed his mind. He knows those bumpers aren't cheap to replace. So the track's going to go to red while we clear the track.
What a shame. Oh, no, it won't even go forward or backwards. What's holding it back?
It's
bogged on a parking cone.
I think he's worried about losing his front.
Oh, no, it's totally gone now. That's okay.
Detached it now.
Quick release, they call it.
That's right. Bit of weight reduction for his last run today.
Perfect pickup.
So unfortunate for Matt Evans there in the Homestyle Bakeries entry. He's going to have a rerun.
And it's lighter, so, you know, bit of an advantage.
Yeah, that's it.
Don't know about the aerodynamics on it now, though.
That intercooler is going to definitely get a lot of air.
And bugs.
I was thinking the same thing.
It'll be like the cars with the bugs that smile and talk at the time. Oh, the Commodore will be happy. She'll get another run.
Yep, Matt Evans, that is, in the Homestyle Bakery commie. Just looking at that great drone footage now of our track here on screen.
Yeah, looking down at the pit area. Thanks to Rural IT Solutions and Bosch. It's amazing.
It just makes the track look awesome.
Yeah.
I love these drone shots that we're seeing this weekend.
Just the geography of the land is amazing.
Yeah.
Running alongside two lakes.
Down in a big crater created by a volcano. So people that don't actually know, the actual volcano here is the Blue Lake itself. So we're back underway now with the VS Commodore of Russell Harris now.
That's car 9090.
He's making his way up past the punch bowl there. Should see him entering the hairpin now.
It's a Technicolor.
Yes. Got the one white guard on it.
That'll be Povey next time.
That's it. Shortening up those panels. And Russell stopped the clock there at 1:88. Which is actually 8 seconds better than his 6 seconds better than his previous run. We see the Colin Abella Ford Falcon, car 91, making its way into the hairpin now. Did have a bit of an accident yesterday and managed to fix the car up and make it back for the last run. So good to see Colin back here. Does a 106 flat there. day now in Saline Mustang.
Better known as Tony.
Tony Day.
Part of the Day clan.
They've all got very nice race cars.
Yeah, big mechanical history, which is lives through the heritage now, so that's good.
And does a 1:11.1 for Tony Day there. As we see Brian Telford now in the VS Turbo Ute. Whipping it around the hairpin. Nearly done it a bit too hard.
You want a little weight in the back of that ute, wouldn't you?
Yeah, two-tail happy and bouncy, the old Utes.
He needs a dog.
A 1:12.8 there, 1:12.8 for Brian Telford in the 92 Holden VS Ute.
Maybe we give him a case of beer to carry.
That's it. Big esky and piece of ice as well. As we're looking at the Matthew Benecki entry crossing the line now to 59.08 in the PRB Clubman. As the Pratt Holden of Jeff Walsh now makes its climb to the top of the hill. .26 there for the Pratt Holden of Jeff Walsh. We now see Neil Ottaway making his climb to the top of the mountain in his one owner Falcon GT. One of the nicest guys to talk to in the pit here.
Yeah, I had a good talk to the GT owners yesterday.
All a good bunch of blokes, those guys.
Yep. They're certainly bring a show to the mount, which is really good.
That's it.
Travel together. Was it a team that plays together, stays together?
Yep. Neil and Robbie always come down together and campaigning their GTs together.
Must be the most amazing look when you're driving on the freeway and you've got 3 GTs in a row.
Yeah.
Rare bears.
108.7 there for Neil.
How good is the food down here, guys?
Awesome. I had a Euros earlier from PB's Hot Stuff, and I have to say one of the best Euroses I've ever had.
Yeah.
As we see Steve Harverluck now in the LJ Tirana making his way through the hairpin. Car number 97, that is. Steve ran a 1:06 earlier today, and he's done a 1:24 this time. As Robert Butt makes his way to the top now in his Mark 1 Cortina. Rob is going to take it across the line at a 104.96. Nicely done there by Rob. If you look at one of my favourite cars here, the Craig Goss Morris Mini. Nice and quick getting out of that hairpin there.
Was that yummy Mark Lacey?
He's just staring up
dropping into a Euros or something over there.
Craig stopped the clock there at a 1 minute point 8. So I think this might be Vanderkamp off the line this time. It could be Crimson. We'll see what the timers put up there. But we are looking at Grant Stevenson now in that really well presented green escort of his, making his way to the top of the mountain.
Call it Kodak, but I don't think it'll be wriggling around.
And it does a time of 104.67.
Read it.
Right. So I'm not sure if we've got Vanderkamp or Crimson on screen at the moment. They are sharing a car now after Robbie's done something to his thrush bearing. No, it's James Crimson driving his own car. Indicating on the final corner there.
It's very polite, isn't it?
Yeah. 103.8.
I think he was scared maybe this little Nissan was going to come behind and catch up.
Yeah, Jeff Monday entry, N13 Pulsar. Another one of the guys sporting the monster wing.
Yeah, shopping trolley for Mum.
Yep, the handlebars on the back.
He's thrown a heap of money at this car recently.
Ran a 109.6 earlier today. It's just done a 108.12 there. Very nicely done there. Looking at Luke Day now in the R31 Skyline. He's been hammering this thing up the hill all weekend, bussing out some pretty respectable times with the wagon. Looks pretty snappy when this thing takes off. Done a 59.30 earlier, and he's just done a 57.2. Brilliant time there by Luke Day in the car 104, the Nissan Skyline, R31. Oh,
Big lose at the top. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's the Cressida of Lachlan Woolley there.
Unfortunate.
Could have been a lot worse there, and he managed to keep it on all four wheels, but
Not sure where he's going back unless he's going to go get a tyre or something. Maybe he's going to help.
Does look like it's done a little bit of damage there to the left-hand side of the vehicle, but
So for those that aren't watching, he's just rolled up the side as he went into the bus stop. He just went a little bit wide, hit a tyre, went up on the wall, and he's going to be parked.
he's pulling over to help clean up.
Good man.
So we'll just take a short break because they're going to have to clear the track, and we'll be back with you soon. So just sit back and watch the volunteers clean up. Recovery just leaving the line now just to check if there's any debris on the track or any cleanup required. Nicely handbraked around the hairpin there by Darren. Still not really going to help his time much as the spin's really cooked at this run. And he's going over in a 1:19.80. Most of our Commodore drivers would be happy hitting a time of that level, but that's for another day. Yeah, crash crew down there just doing a bit of a sweep up and blowing off the track there. Getting the marbles off.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
It's fair to say a lot of things have changed since we began back in the 80s, but the foundations of our business remain the same. We were here for you then, and we're still here for you now. Providing quality products, professional service and guaranteed workmanship by qualified technicians. As we continue to grow into the future, you know you can always rely on us.
Trident Tyre Centre keeps me safe on the road.
Andrew just making his way past the wildlife sanctuary now. Be putting the foot flat down to the floor now on this straight section of road. Up past the punch bowl. Be making his entry into the hairpin any second now. Andrew's been running around a 102.9 today. So we'll be looking to show a couple of seconds off that, see if we can get below the minute mark. Not this run. He's done a 103.6 there for Andrew. Got Ivan Folgara now on screen in the Subaru Impreza. Just naturally aspirated Subaru, this one. Making his way around the hairpin. Nicely done there by Ivan. Ivan's going to stop the clock there at a time of 105.72. As we see another hot hatch of Jonathan Marks, the Mercedes-Benz A45 AMG, navigate its way around the hairpin. Ran a 58.46 earlier in the day, so definitely a sub-minute car, and he's done a 58.15 this time. Jordan Zemkes now. Best time today is 102.5 for him. I believe we did see some better times from that car yesterday, so I reckon there is a little bit more in it. Jordan's pointing to the finish line now, and he's going to stop the clock there at a 58.75. That's more like it, under the minute mark. A 58.75 there for Jordan Zemkes. As we see the RS3 Audi of Oliver Taylor now, making its way around the hairpin. These cars are the four-wheel drive road registered saloons that the last few cars we've seen. Nice little car that of Oliver, a 56.57. Nicely done there, beating his previous time of a 57.8. So we've got another Zemkes entry now, the Adam Zemkes Subaru WRX. I do like this blue machine. Very nice, tidy car. Adam's going to stop the clock there at a 103.3 this time. A little bit off his pace. As we see the Matt Cowie Evo wagon make its way around the hairpin now. Do not see too many of these. Evo wagon's going to cross the line there at 58.4. Now see the Martin Radford Evo making its way around the hairpin. Martin ran a 1:01.61 earlier today. This time he's done a 59.71, shaving a second off his time there. As Darren Herring makes his way to the top of the mountain. Marcus Brand now in the RS Subaru, making his way around the hairpin with the front drive shafts removed, making it a two-wheel drive car. Marcus pointing to the top of the hill, and he's going to cross the line in a time of 1:13.86. Very nicely done there by Marcus. We see one of our juniors, Dylan Rydell, now in the Legends car there, the Ford Falcon. Legends of the Lake promo vehicle, making its way to the top of the hill. Dylan's been doing a good job of campaigning this car this weekend. Does a 106.10. See the James Pauly Austin Mini now flying up the mountain. The little minis are very good here in the hairpin. Doesn't need a lot of room to turn around. Just drives it around. Paulie's been running around the 104 mark, and this time he's going to stop the clock at a 104.21. So pretty consistent there from James. So we've got Bruce Hamilton now making his way to the top of the hill. Had a little incident earlier in the day, but he's back out there. Car kept together all together in one piece, just a few tyre bundles. Bruce is looking rather smooth here. Bruce sharing this car with Colin, and he's done a 1:20.20. Very nice time there for Bruce. This XR6 of theirs has definitely been put together rather well. Those guys have ironed out the bugs in this car and are setting very respectable times in such a big land yacht. As we see Dylan Schumacher now whipping the Bluebird around the hairpin. Dylan ran a 58.9 earlier. And he's done a 58.8 this time. So he's shaved a 0.1 of a second off his time. As we see Kylie Howard now making her way into the hairpin in the big V8 Commodore there. Done up in all the HSV glory livery there. And it's 101.81 for Kylie. Very good time there. She will be happy with that. As we see Jay Frost now, car 142 in the Nissan Silvia. Flick it into the hairpin. No, we have not got Jay Frost on screen. We're looking at Adam DeBarcy in the 143 Nissan 180 SX. A few cars running out of order here. And it's a 56.46 for Adam. Making that his best time of the day as well. Got 144 now making his way to the top of the mountain, piloted by Bruno Vidori in the Holden VY Commie. We'll watch that Commodore single peg out of the hairpin here, because that's what Commodores do. And he stops the clock there at a 1:30.30 for Bruno. Very well done. We now see Matthew Wakefield crossing the line in the blue WRX and stopping the clock at a 1:03.26. as Emma Braun is running her Subaru WRX GD through the hairpin now. Emma's done a pretty good job this weekend. Couple of small mistakes on previous runs, little spins, but overall a pretty successful weekend. A 101.92 there for Emma. As we look at one of our Bime entries now on screen, Alexander Bime in the BMW 318i. Ran a 111 last time flat, so I'll be looking to shave a couple of seconds off that, or probably not this time with the donuts there at the hairpin. Completes a full donut just to make the course a little bit longer. Actually might beat his best time even with the doughy. Nah, not quite. A 112.17. Oh, we've seen the next Bime entry smoke a parking cone and a tyre there at the hairpin. The Zachary Bime entry, the 148 car. So there's a cone out of place there. Zachary will make his way to the finish line and have a cone penalty in a wrong direction, so it will be a DNF unfortunately there for Zach Bime. As we see the Lachlan Tillett car making its way to the finish line. I'm unsure if he's aware that he's so close behind someone. Lockie Tillett still managed to get it over in a 58.73. Not sure if he's going to get a rerun or not. We are looking at co-commentator, the Superbug man himself, Graham Vanderhoek, making his way to the top of the mountain. Graham's removed the air cleaner off this and put some tunnel rams on it today, he tells me. So we're looking for a sub 104 mark this time from Graham. That's what he's aiming to get. He's just trying to beat his own time. As Graham puts it into the hairpin. Very nicely done there by Graham. Didn't wash off too much speed and it was rather tight. This time Graham is going to stop the clock at a 105.08. Not quite in the 104 mark where he wants to be. So he's going to get one more chance of that this weekend to get there. As we see our race controller, Steve Saunders, making his way around the hairpin now in the Nissan Altima. Cool looking V8 tribute car there. Was actually used to promote the Nissan V8 campaign. And Steve does a 109.48. Shaving a smidge off his last time. So he will be happy with that. As we see now, Mark Rowley in the HSV VX Club Sport R8 make his way around the hairpin. Ran a 104.6 in this before. And this time he's done a 104.59. we look at Max Wittmann now in his Holden Commodore, making his way around the hairpin. Nicely done there by Max. So Max stops the clock there at a 106.8. As we look at Gav Farley now, Friday's winner, crossing the line at a 55.7. Chris Kenny now exiting the chicane in the Subaru WRX. Kenny there puts us across the line at 58.29. Luke Lamont now in the little XL, making his way around the hairpin. Getting chased by the drone here. Luke Lamont stops the clock there at a 107.4. Bill Davis now making his way to the top of the hill in the AU XR8. Very nice condition AU, this one. Got the old 5-litre Windsor in them. Motor Ford have been using since the 60s. And Bill stops the clock there at a 102.06 for Bill Davis. As we're looking at Alex Bonner now making his way around the hairpin in the FGX XR6. A final hurrah for Ford, these Falcons. Or Ford Australia anyway. And he does a 111.14 there in the FGX. Bit of a lock up there from the 180 at the top. Or is it 200 actually? Of Lloyd Dickeroff. That was a 59.4. Got the Jack Monkhouse, oh no we don't. It's a different blue Datsun, sorry. It's the car of Kyle Johnson, the 1600 Datsun making its way into the hairpin. Car 177. Kyle's been going pretty good in this all weekend. He's going to stop the clock there this time at a 109.95 for Kyle Johnson there. As we see the little Burgundy XL of Michael Ruff make his way through the hairpin. Going to stop the clock there at a time of 1:04.91. We've had a bit of an accident down here at the bottom at the start of Vanessa's. We've had a car hit the Armco. So there's going to be a hold up for a few minutes. It was the James Hindenhawk, I think it's a Commodore, as the rest of our crew leave here to go do clean up and recovery. So it'll probably be a short 5 to 10 minute break while they retrieve that car off the track and any debris.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
You blokes done? Oh, I see Harry got the works. Light Force driving lights, ARB Summit bull bar, side protection steps and the ARB Ascent canopy with push-button windows, remote keyless entry no less. Heyman Reese tow bar too, eh? Of course, gotta have the ARB fridge in the back. All ready for the weekend. Yeah, Harry's Work You, brought to you by Trident. Trident Tyre Centres, Mount Gambier, Portland and Narracorde. Keeps you safe on the road.
All right, well, we've got a little bit of a hiccup in the racing. I'd like to introduce you to Adrian from Bosch. Hi, Adrian, how are you doing?
Great to be here. Thank you.
Tell me all about Bosch and motorsport.
Oh, well, Bosch has been involved in motorsport for over 100 years now, and yeah, we're from every level, right up from grassroots to Le Mans, right? So Formula One, we're involved in all of it, and here in Australia, it's fantastic to be supporting Legend of the Lakes.
That's fantastic. And can you tell me about the what you've done this weekend for this event particularly?
Yeah, we came here last year and saw fantastic potential in the event and have really enjoyed supporting it. And we saw that with the live stream, there was heaps of potential here for more camera angles in car, getting the drone up, and that's been fantastic to see that realised this year.
The drone, particularly from Rural IT Solutions, that is such an impeccable story behind that as well.
Yep.
But the advanced technology in that drone and the way that he flies it.
Yep.
Did he have to get a special permit for this weekend?
I'm not too sure, to be honest, but yeah, we think so. It's fantastic, and being able to see the track layout, it really gives you a better sense of what's going on here, and all of the twists and turns up the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Bosch support this weekend has been entirely through the live stream, putting cameras in cars. You yourself went for a ride with our young man Jack Monkhouse.
Yes.
How did that go for you?
Oh, that was unreal. I hadn't been in a rally car before, and the video just doesn't do it justice. It's just so quick up here, and you don't think you're going to stop in time for the corners, but the car pulls up, turns in, and it's fantastic.
Have you yourself ever raced a car?
No, I haven't.
So that was your first time in the car, and that was a hot lap.
Yeah. I reckon that was sub 1 minute, and I was hanging on for dear life.
It definitely was. He did a
amazing.
97. He was meant to be 80%, and we reckon that was about 90%.
Yeah.
So I reckon you got a good show on that one. Tell me, what can you see for the future of this track particularly? Like I see that drone footage. I see a little Le Mans.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, you think of these big hill climb events like Pikes Peak, and we've got something so incredible in Australia, in our backyard, and I think there's huge potential to get big names here, big cars, and just keep growing this event further and further into the future.
Absolutely. We're on 18 years now of the Legends of the Lakes, run by a very tight team. The team down here is amazing, and to have you on board this year obviously is a huge improvement to the event, and going forward is going to be a big thing for them. Coming to their 20th, I can see a 2-year transition here, and the 20th is going to be amazing. Maybe even we might tap into a bit of Foxtel.
Oh,
wouldn't that be good?
Yeah, that would be fantastic. And thank you to all of the officials and volunteers that make this happen. We really appreciate all of the work that they put in over the weekend and in the lead up and pack up.
Absolutely.
It's a huge effort behind the scenes to make this come together, and it's just amazing.
So you see all the volunteers out there, they are amazing. I see a couple, I just love it when I go just past the punch bowl, they're in cocoons. Have you seen them?
Yeah.
Oh, it's classic, isn't it? It must be cold sitting on that hill.
Yeah, a bit cloudy today, but hey, better than Friday.
Yeah. Tell me about the technology of Bosch.
Yeah, Bosch does a lot in motorsport, so anything for your grassroots race car all the way up to GT3 and Le Mans. So one of our big products that you'll see in SJ1000 this weekend is Motorsport ABS. So that's all about pulling your car up as fast as possible, maximising the grip out of all four corners of your car, all four tyres. Typically, if you don't have ABS, you're having to threshold brake when one wheel starts to lock up. But Motorsport ABS allows all four wheels to reach their maximum grip, modulating the brake pressure to each one to stop you locking up, ultimately helping you go faster, saving your tyres, because how much does a set of tyres cost these days if you lock one up? So it's fantastic product there. A lot of people don't realise that Bosch does a range of high-end electronics, so that's ECUs, power boxes, or also known as PDMs, or power distribution modules, and also some great displays, keypads, and collision avoidance systems as well. That's popular more in GT3 cars when they've got other, say, Le Mans cars coming up behind them really quickly. They need to know which side they're coming on, get out of the way. It's a really popular part of our range. And we also do your more standard items, so fuel pumps, fuel injectors, sensors, electronic throttle bodies for drive-by-wire conversion, and we do the electronic accelerator pedal for that as well. So yeah, really broad range, and check it out at boschmotorsportshop.com.au.
That's perfect. Anything you can give our competitors insight on giving the best for the track?
Ooh. Well, I'm not a race car driver, so
I know, but you know it now.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I reckon you should look into Bosch Motorsport ABS. I think it's a system. I know Dan's found time with it in SJ1000. It's going into all of the top, time attack cars around the world. All the professional GT3 drivers are using it, so I don't know, have a look.
I reckon that's the way to go for us. Tell me, with your camera systems this weekend, you've had a lot of input, including sponsorship money, to allow this live feed to be amazing as it has been.
Yep.
What can you see for next year?
Well, I think just more cameras. I'd love to see more down the hill further. So currently we're getting that top sort of half of the track with the bus stop through to the finish line. But there's some great crests and curves down this bottom end of the track that I think we should really treat the viewers to in the future.
Oh, absolutely. That sounds like a good one, because I know I've been through there myself, and the dipper, coming out of the dipper, it's the most exciting part. You're close to the arm coast, apex to apex. Anything goes wrong there, you're in it.
Yeah.
That'll be really exciting to see, because I reckon a few nappies have been worn through there.
Yeah, there's been a few people off through that section, and I think it'd be great to treat the viewers to a look there.
And can we see you in a car in the future?
Oh,
or are you a cameraman?
Well, I've been behind the camera today, but fingers crossed behind the camera.
No, you've done a great job, and we really thank Bosch for coming along, coming on board.
It's been a pleasure to be here.
Thanks, Adrian. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Hi guys, Dan Day here, about to give you a run through of Legend of the Lakes Hillclimb in the SJ1000 Subaru. Doing the tyre warm up here, crucial to clean the tyres before the launch. Sitting on the start line here on launch control, ready to grab up to third gear before turn 1. Off cambered corner makes this corner tricky to get right, but into turn 2 and 3, up over the crest, into turn 4, which is a nice sweeping cambered corner, into the S-bends. Crucial to get these apexes right to have a good run up through the middle of the track to approach nearly 200 k's an hour. Pinpoint accuracy is crucial here, as you can see, only guardrails and cliff side to side. Bosch Motorsport ABS really helping pull me up into the bus stop. First gear for the hairpin, setting me up for the last 2 turns of the track. The last corner is crucial to get a good run over the finish line at as high speed as possible. There you have it, that was my 49.45 second record run from last year, and we hope to improve that this year at the Legend of the Lakes Hillclimb 2023. Thanks guys.
coming up?
This Arvo for Group 4, which is going to be the Bosch Shootout. We're going to run all the cars in order except for the top 10. They're going to run a medium field with the juniors first. So we're going to have the juniors followed by the top 10 vehicles, top 5 vehicles, and see who wins the weekend.
57.5 for Jack Moncas as he head up the hill. It's still pretty good.
Did he have a passenger in at this time?
No, this was his run.
Yep.
He spent a little bit too much time drifting around that hairpin, I'd say.
Yeah, pleasing the crowd though.
Yeah,
it does look
good old Dado, and
Triple
sounds
S.
amazing.
Very well developed vehicles.
Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Just like your car, tyres need regular maintenance too. Tyres that aren't maintained will wear more rapidly, cause your vehicle to use more fuel, and may compromise your braking and handling ability. For all your tyre and mechanical needs, call Trident Tyre Centres.
W there.
W's bounced in through there. Oh, you would love that up the top.
That's Cameron Langley there. Stops the clock at a 104.5. So a little bit off his pace there after the incident up at the hairpin. Got Steve Grindstead now making his way to the top of the mountain in his Holden Commodore VL.
It's the second one on two wheels through that hairpin.
A little twitchy as he exits as well. And sideways after the final corner there. A 101.06 there for Steve.
Using all his tyres for his last run.
That's it. Might as well enjoy it. As we see Chris Hortop now taking the John Cooper Works Mini to the top of the hill. Chris had a good weekend campaign in the Mini all weekend, including the Friday. And he stops the clock there at a 103.77. Just looking at Alexandra Roberts crossing the line at a 105.98 in her Ford Focus there. Jared McRobbie now taking the R33 across the line at a 58.31. Twitching it over there.
We're in car now, live, with car 10, Mr. Harper.
In the little Mark II Escort.
Let's enjoy the Sunday drive.
That's it. It's rather quick, doesn't it, through there?
Certainly holding on to the steering wheel.
Puts the foot flat now for the big climb.
Coming up to our hairpin now.
Edward Wallace stopped the clock there at a 106.4 in the 86. And Peter Harper in the Escort there runs over in a 101.00. Great in-car footage there. As we look at Wayne Casey now in his Mazda MX-5 making his way around the hairpin. Wayne Casey now sending the little MX-5 to the finish line. Wayne ran a 104.48 earlier today. He's just done a 104.79. As we see the Hayden McMahon entry, the GT86, making its way around the hairpin now. Hayden McMahon's going to stop the clock there at a 101.60. As we see Everard Edwards now making his way around the hairpin. Everard senses to the finish line, and he's going to stop the clock at a 107.33. A 107.33 for Everard. Nathan Crittenden now in the BRZ making his way around the hairpin. Nathan Crittenden stopping the clock at a 1:44. As Mark Lacey makes his way to the top of the mountain in the TX3 Laser. Great aerial shot there, going around the hairpin of Mark. Mark Lacey stops the clock there at a 105.3. As we see the baby grand miniature of Sean Williamson make his way out of the hairpin and towards the finish line. It's a 57.21 there for the baby grand. John Parker making his climb up the mountain in the Chimera. The Chimera Sports 1972 model. Built by John back then in 72 and has been campaigning it at motorsport events across Australia since then. So it's a pleasure to have him here this weekend. John points it to the finish line, and for his final run of the day, does a 105.03. As we see the Andrew Mills Suzuki Swift Sport making its way around the hairpin now. Andrew Mills now putting it flat to the floor, breaking the beam, stops clock at a 106.9. As we have Bailey Munro now on screen in the RX-8, navigating his way around the hairpin. Rather smooth in and smooth out there by Bailey. Takes that final right-hander and crosses the line and stops the clock at a 103.65. As Jeff Varden now in the little 1200 coupe makes his last entry into the chicane, but has misjudged it and wiped out a few cones there with a little whip around. So Jeff will be very upset with that. His best time today was a 56.74. Unfortunate for Jeff there, trying to put it all on the line and it just didn't pay off. So Jeff will take it easy over the line there and clock a 107. 107.13 there. As we see Wayne Fitzpatrick now making his way around the hairpin. Got to navigate his way around the bollards that Jeff had left in his way. Don't think it was too much obstruction to him. And Wayne stops it at a 57.93. Not his quickest of the day. Did a 57.27 earlier today. As we got Greg Bowden leaving the start line in his blue Ford Cortina turbo-powered machine, and very well presented car at that, making his way through the S's now. Up past the wildlife sanctuary there. Should come into sight on the live stream now near the punch bowl. And there he goes. Now making his way into the hairpin. Bit of a left-hand brake lock up there. Nicely done by Greg getting away around the hairpin. And he's going to stop the clock there at a 58.39. As Michael Clare muscles the big Holden Commodore up the mountain, tips it into the hairpin. Been pumping out some pretty respectable times in this Commodore today. He's done a 58.81. So we're looking to beat that here in this final run. Does he get under a 58.81? Not this time. It's a 59.56. As we see the RX-7 of Glenn Latter making its way to the hairpin now. Glenn ran a 58 flat on his previous run. So hoping to improve here. And he does, he improves, he puts it across the line in a 57.4. Very well done there, Glenn. We see the beautiful Mustang now of Ben Trelaw making its way to the top. The 65 coupe. Fastback, should I say, sorry. Yeah, absolute beautiful Mustang, that one. Ben's going to stop the beam there at a time of 1:13.92, being consistently in the 1:13s all weekend. As we see the Mitsubishi Lancer of Brandon Baustale making its way into the hairpin. Blocky ears for this car. It seems to backfire a lot. And Brandon's going to stop the clock there at a 58.14. As we're looking at Murray Height making his final entry into the hairpin for the weekend. Murray's been running it since Friday here and only been dropping times all weekend. So he did a 1:0.82 last time. Would love to see a 59 here for Murray. Not going to happen this time, unfortunately. It's a 1:01.2, but great drive all weekend there by Murray. I hope he's enjoyed himself here in Legends this year. As we now see Patrick Hughes, also another guy that's been dropping times all weekend. Been campaigning here since Friday as well, and just improving every run slightly. And this time, he's improved it greatly. He's done a 1:03.79 for Paddy. Nearly shaved 2 seconds off his best for the weekend. Great work there. As we see Mick Argoon in the Big Banger VK Commodore making his way for his final run around the hairpin. Hopefully keeps it all pretty tidy here and can bust out a really good final time. Oh, I ran into a bit of trouble there leaving the hairpin. I'm in the final corner. Cars come to a halt. Unfortunately for Mick, it was looking at a good time, but runs over in a 104.6 in the end. As we see the Steve Goss Clubman Puma now making its way around the hairpin. Steve Goss is going to stop the clock there at a 106.09. 106.09 for Steve Goss. As we see the Michael Nixon Daihatsu Mira with the monster wing on the back making its way into the hairpin now. He hasn't taken that as well as he has the rest of the weekend, unfortunately there for Michael. He did get this car down earlier today to a 107.9. This run's not going to get there though. So 109.5 for the final run there of Michael Nixon. As we look at the Dale Tucker 200 SX now making its way to the finish line. Very good time there of a 56.6, making that his best time of the day. Good work there, Dale. Patrick Hitchcock now in the WRX making his way out of the hairpin. Ran a 56.45 on his previous run, so looking to beat that. And not quite this time, he's done a 56.73. As we see the Brenton Byfield WRX sports wagon making its way around the hairpin. Did a 57.2 earlier today, so be aiming for below that there. And he has. He's done a 56.8, so he will be happy with that Brenton Byfield there. Bet his best time of the day for the final run. As we see the Peter Holst Golf R hatch making its way to the top of the hill. Done a 58.21 on his second run of the day. That's his time today to beat. Nicely navigated around the hairpin there by Peter Holst. Going to send the Golf to the finish line now, and he's going to stop the clock at a time of 57.7, his best time of the day. He will be pleased with that one as well. That's good. We are seeing some people still making better times than their previous runs, so the cooler conditions doesn't seem to affect grip level too much on the track. As we see Tanya Langcake drive straight through the hairpin there. Must have some car troubles. Sad to see that for Tanya. Tanya did a 1 minute .33 on her previous run today. So definitely some issues there for Tanya, unfortunately. Most likely still has taken out women's class today. As we watch David Harris now make his way around the hairpin. David did a 55.62 on his previous run. Going a bit slower this round. It looks like might be having a few problems too. A 104.7 there for David. Bit below his regular pace. As we see the Evo 8 of Andy Sarandis now making its way into the hairpin. Nicely done there by Andy. Andy Sarandis now runs the Evo across the line at a 54.63. Not quite his fastest today. Did a 54.42 earlier. As we see the Derek White Liberty GT make its way around the hairpin now. Did a 56.7 earlier today, so we're looking to get below that. And he's done a 56.8, so not quite there. We've got Corey Brand now making his way to the top in the little RS Subaru 2-wheel drive configuration on this car. He's been getting better at this hairpin corner as the weekend has gone on. Great to see the young fellas improving, having fun here for his last run as well, making it a bit sideways. So Corey's looking to try and get better than a 105.08 here, and he does. Great for his last run of the day. A 10. Oh, the time's changed. I've lied to you. It's a 109.91, so he's a little bit off the pace. Got Steve Pooley on the line down here at the bottom in the little Mini. Just taking off now. So Steve Pooley, the 61 car, the Morris Cooper S, now making his way through the S's. Up past the Wildlife Sanctuary now. We'll be coming into view shortly at the Punch Bowl. Paulie's given this Mini everything it's got. Did a 103.48 earlier today. Sending it to the top of the hill now. He's going to stop the clock there at a 102.3. Well done, Steve Pooley. A 102.3, his personal best for today. As we look at Darren Schumacher in the Bluebird now, navigate his way around the hairpin. Did a 101.28 earlier. So we're looking to see a score or time below that. And he's done 103.05, so a bit off his pace there. As we see the 180SX of Graham Fenton now making its way around the hairpin. Graham's best today, 101.15. So 102.06 here. As we see Justin Devlin now in the Commodore making his way into the hairpin. he stops the clock there at a 106.08 for Justin. Looking at Mark Slater now making his way to the top of the mountain in the WRX. Stops the clock at a 1:05.04 for Mark Slater there. A little bit off his pace as well. As we see Cohen Hamilton making his way around the hairpin now. Cohen's been rather consistent all weekend here and just making his times better and better as the days go on. He's done a 59.84 there for Cohen. Great work and great drive all weekend there. He should be proud of himself this weekend. As Tristan Crowe now makes his way into the hairpin. Oh, Tristan trying to give it everything in the Legends livery Commodore there. Tristan's done a 102 flat for the best. I don't think he's going to get there this time. He's too busy smoking those tyres. A 103.6 there for Tristan, just enjoying his final run for the weekend. As David Byam now crosses the line at a 1:12.19. Saw Trent Brand on his final run in the Lancia Stratos run across at 105.4. Got Jack Monkhouse now doing his media ride on screen. Whoever's in there is getting a ride of their life. Jack does a 57.6. Very nicely done there by Jack. So that's the first part of the final bracket for the weekend done. So we're going to return these cars down the hill and then run the final batch of cars and have the top 10 at the end there for the shootout. Now it's going to be an interesting final run for the cars today. The temperature has dropped off here at the hill, so the track grip factor has come down a bit, but everyone's going to be pumping their cars, trying to get as much as they can out of them, so probably going to see some hairy driving this final run. We will return to you soon, and we'll wrap up the Legends of the Lake 2023. thanks to
Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Australia's most trusted tyre brand. For the 8th consecutive year, Bridgestone.
Trident Tyre Centre keeps me safe on the road.
So we're back underway here at the Trident Tyre Centre's Legends of the Lakes Hillclimb 2023. Just watching Norman Goodall now make his way out of the hairpin for his final run of the weekend. And he's going to stop the clock there at a 102.53. As we see Mick Goosen in the MR2 now make his way out of the hairpin. Been campaigning this little MR2 pretty hard this weekend. And Mick's going to stop the clock there at a 104.6. Russell Gallagher now in the Toyota Celica Gen 7, making his way around the hairpin. Russell's best today was a 1:10.02, so looking for a score below that for his final run. Don't think he's going to quite get there this time. He's done a 1:11.78. As we see Nathan Green just smoking up the front wheels on that Volvo wagon, making his way across the line. Hand out the window, a 106.53. Peter Rogers now for his final run of the day, crossing the line at a 105.3. Chris Clayson now finishes his day up with a 102.54. Had driven very well all weekend there for Chris. Kept the car together in one piece without any mechanical issues as well, so he'll be very happy to be taking that home without having to do any work. Tim Tolliner now in the 86, making his way across the line, a 102.70, a little bit off his best pace for the weekend. As we see Shane English now in the Mazda RX-4. He ran a 109.68 earlier today, his best of the day. So let's see if Shane can get there. He does a 107.94, so he does make his best time of the day. Very nicely done there. As we see the Verada, the Mitsubishi Verada of Aaron Thompson now on screen, making its way around the hairpin. Great footage of the drone there chasing up the Verada. Aaron's going to shoot that Verada at the finish line and cross the beam at a 103.37 there. A little bit off his pace for the weekend, as we see the Brad Smith skyline making its way around the hairpin. Good to see its bumper bar back on. And he's going to stop the clock there at a 59.13. A 59.13 there for Brad Smith. His best time of the day. As Matt Evans now makes his way into the hairpin in the Homestyle Bakery Commodore. For some reason it's come up as Anthony Day that time of a 58.4, but I'm pretty sure that was Matt Evans. Looking at Colin Albella though in the Falcon, making its way to the top of the hill. Colin Albella now making his way around the hairpin, looking rather tidy there. Pointing to the top of the hill, stops the clock at a 58.56 for Colin. So it's actually a 105.97 for Colin Abella there. So I think the timing's just been corrected, because I reckon we were a car out of whack there. Brian Telford takes the VSU to cross in a 111. A 111.4. As Roger Lohman now makes his way around the hairpin in his... It's actually Matthew Benecki, sorry, in his Clubman. Benecki stops the clock there at a 57.8, which he will be very pleased with. That's his fastest time today. See the Pratt Holden special now of Jeff Welsh now making its way to the top of the hill. Just going around the hairpin as the drone follows behind. Jeff won a runner 105.26 earlier today. He's just done a 107.41. As Neil Ottaway muscles his XY GT to the top of the mountain for the last time today. One of my favourite cars here this weekend. Also a lovely bloke to talk to in the pit. Owned this car since new, Neil has. A one owner XY Falcon. Stops it at a 107.15. A 107.15. Nicely done there by Neil. As the Steve Harver-like Holden LJ Tirana now makes its way around the hairpin. A 100.45. Havelock there. As we see the little mini now of Craig Goss make its way around the hairpin. Craig Goss there stops the clock at a 1 minute point 6. As we see the James Crinson entry making its way around the hairpin now. Another nice XY Falcon here. James Crinson going to take it over in a 104.1. 104.1 for James. As we look at Jeff Monday now in the N13 Pulsar, making its way around the hairpin. Jeff Monday there stops the clock at a 108.35. Looking at Luke Day in the R31 Skyline now exiting the hairpin, making his way to the top of the mountain. His best time today was a 57.2. And he stops it there at a 1 minute point 5. So we just saw Lachlan Woolley leaving the start line in a bunch of smoke. A lot of tyre spin there. Obviously trying to enjoy his final run of the weekend. He did a 59.6 earlier today. Don't think he'll get anywhere near that after the way he left the start line. The smoke's still clearing. Wouldn't be surprised if he turns it on here at the hairpin for the crowd at the top. No, driven it rather smoothly around there. No, here we go, something's going on. And he's drifting it up. Oh no, I think he's actually got motor problems. Lachlan Woolley there stops the clock at a 117.8. Not the way he wanted to finish his day. As we see Ashton Slaughtergraph now making his way through the hairpin in his BA Falcon. Ashton did a 103.99, his best today. So he's going to be trying to get under that. It looks like he's on target too as well. He's going to be close. Oh no, a little bit over. A 104.4 for Ashton, but good drive all weekend anyway. Got Brendan Fleming now making his way to the top of the mountain in the little Hyundai XL. Brendan's ran a 1:11.4 earlier today for his best time, so hopefully he can get under that mark. Brendan now making his way around the hairpin here at the top. The drone chasing behind. And Brendan stops the clock there at a 1:11.08. As we see the Josh Munn 180B SS now making its way around the hairpin, indicating where he's going. Josh now sending it to the top of the hill and stops the clock at a 1:01.5. As Danny Mole now makes his way into the hairpin in the very well presented little Ford Escort here. Swings it around quite nicely. And gonna send it over the finish line and stop the clock at a time of 1:03.5 there for Danny. As we see Nathan Dale now in the Ford Fiesta ST making his way around the hairpin. He's cracked out some good times today. He's on 56.2 earlier in the day. Is he going to get under there this time? Not quite, a 56.3. We see the GR Yaris now of Willow Wooltop making its way to the top. Sorry, I got that wrong. That's actually Igor Gorpaniak in his Golf R. A couple of cars running out of order here, so sometimes it'll be hard to tell what they are on the screen. Distance, it's 57.24 there for Igor. As Ashley Blanchard now makes his way into the hairpin. Blanchard ran a 56.8 earlier. He's actually got a 56.7. So this time he's going to stop the clock at a 56 flat. He'll be very happy with that. As we see Kirk Owers now in the Ford Focus RS making his way into the hairpin. Rather smoothly done there by Owers. He has a 57.7. See Jordan Rolack there now in the Subaru WRX leaving the hairpin and going to the top of the hill. He's going to stop the clock there at a 54.3 for Jordan. Not his fastest of the day. He did a 54.1 earlier. As we see the Volvo of Gordon Christie now making its way around the hairpin. This car's been rather consistent all weekends, done around the 57s and 58 marks. So it'd be good to see a 55 or a 56 here just for his final run. not quite, a 57.6, so he sticks with his consistency. As we see Paul Healy now in the Evo 8 make his way into the hairpin. And Paul's going to stop the clock there at a time of 55.08. Very nicely done. You see Jack Monkhouse now on screen in his 180B Triple S doing a media run. Been absolutely flying up this hill all weekend, giving people joyrides. Might be actually a timed run this one, sorry. Doesn't appear to be a passenger in there. So it's 56.4 there for Jack Monkhouse. And as we look back at the Bosch replay there, Monkhouse rather sideways, putting it on for the crowd up the top. We see the Subaru now of Darren Masters making its way around the hairpin. He's done a 109 today, earlier in the day. And this time he's done a 1:100.8, so he shaved a smidge off, hundredths of a second. As we look at Andrew Admiral on the screen, his WRX. Ran a 102.9 earlier today, and he's just bet that with a 102.56. We see Ivan Folgera now making his way to the top of the hill in the Subaru. Ivan's going to stop the clock there at a time of 1:06.07, just a little bit off his quickest run for the day as well. He did a 1:05.72 earlier today, so no improvement there from Ivan. As we see the A45 AMG of Jonathan March now making its way out of the hairpin, lifts that left-hand rear wheel off the ground as it exited. Jonathan stops the clock there at a 58.74, which isn't quite his quickest either. He did a 58.15 before. As we see Jordan Semkus making his way to the hairpin now. Jordan rather smooth in and out there of the hairpin. Looking at a below of 58.75 here for Jordan. Would be nice. He's done a 58.63, so he has bet his best time for the day. As we see the RS3 Audi of Oliver Taylor now making its way around the hairpin. He's had this down to a 56.57 in the previous run. This time he's got a 55.95 in store, so he's smashed his time. Be very happy with that. As we see now, Adam Semkus now in his WRX making his way to the top. Bit of sibling rivalry here between him and Jordan. Been running around the 102s, 103s today, and that's a flat at 103. So it looks like Jordan takes out the sibling rivalry for the weekend. There. As we see the Evo sports wagon of Matt Cowie now on screen, making its way around the hairpin. Been busting out some pretty good times in this, around the 58 mark. So anything under a 58 here, Matt will be happy with. Not this time though, he's done a 101.3. The track temp probably has gone off a little bit, making it hard to get that grip factor. So unlikely we're going to see a record smashed at the end of the day here by Dan, but you never know. Those guys down to that SNJ tent, they do like to put on a show for the crowd here at Legends, so they might wind that SJ 1000 up and really try and get that 48 this year that they've been trying for the last few years. As we look at Darren Herring now, making his way to the finish line. He stops the clock there at a 101.34 for Darren Herring. He'll be happy with that. He was running 102s earlier in the day, so it's a good time there. As we now see the first of our Circuit XLs making its way to the top of the hill, and it's driven by Aidan Brand. Aidan got down to a 102.86 earlier in the day, so Aidan will be looking to get a smidge more off that. A 101 would be nice, but we'll see what he can pull out for us here. Ooh, very close to that concrete barrier on the outside, using the full track width. He does a 102.76. 102.76, so exactly the same as his previous best. As we see now the Vogelsang entry, Roger Vogelsang making his way around the hairpin in his Circuit XL. He's been doing around 104s most of the day, and this one is also a 104. 104.64 for Roger. As we see Bailey Perryman now making his way around the hairpin there. He ran a 103.34 earlier, so that's what Bailey's looking to get under. XL. There's one more Circuit XL to come after Bailey. He's just done a 103.66. So consistent here all weekend in their little XL. All the XL drivers have been rather consistent actually. As we see Charlie Evans now make his final run up the hill this year in his Circuit XL. He's done a 104.3 for his personal best of the day. So what can Charlie get for us here? Oh, he's putting it flat, ringing out that little XL. He does a 104.58. Doesn't quite beat his best time for the day, but good consistent runs all day for those XLs. As we see Marcus Brand now making his approach to the Hillclimb in the two-wheel drive Subaru RS in the 555 livery of Colin McRae there. Great looking car there from the Brand camp. They don't have any bad looking cars, those guys. They've always present their vehicles very well. And Marcus stopped the clock there at a 1:15.13. A 1:15.13 there for his final run. Good consistent run all weekend too by Marcus. I'm sure he's enjoyed himself up here this week. As we see the James Pauley Austin Mini. I keep going to call it an Austin 7, but it's an Austin Mini. Make its way to the top of the hill. And it stops the clock at a 103.2. Bruce Hamilton now makes his way out of the hairpin. Bruce only got a couple of runs this weekend. He was not feeling the best the last couple of days and only decided to get in the car today. 1 minute point 2 there for Bruce. But Cohen has driven that car well all weekend there, out of the Hamilton camp. Got down to a 57 there, I think, on the Saturday. So he'd be pretty stoked with that, because to navigate that big boat around there, you're doing bloody well. As we look at Dylan Schumacher now in the Bluebird, rather quick around the hairpin. Now Dylan's best time for today's been 58.8. What's he got this time? A 58.64. He'll be happy with that. As we see Kylie Howard now make her final run around the hairpin for this year's Legends of the Lake. Kylie's campaigned this car hard all weekend. Hope she's enjoyed herself out there. Part of the Goon squad there. Kylie's going to stop the clock at a 103.39. Not quite her best for the day. She did a 101 earlier, so good times by Kylie today. She might have bragging rights down there at the Goon camp. Consistently has been better. As DeBassi smelled some tyres there at the top of the hairpin. He's going to get a WD, unfortunately, because he didn't actually get around the whole track. So unfortunately for DeBassi there, 101 means not much, even though it's way off his pace. He's normally running a 56.46 anyway. As we now see Bruno Vidori in his VY Commodore making his final attempt at smashing out of a lower score than a 1 minute point 30. Not this time, unfortunately, for Bruno. He's done a 105.9. We see the WRX now of Matthew Wakefield making its way out of the hairpin. Oh, a little bit loose there. And Matthew Wakefield's going to stop the clock at a 101.72. He's going to be happy with that. His previous time for today was a 103.26, so he's nearly shaved 2 seconds off his best for the day. It's a great last run there. Emma Branham now on screen, making her way to the top of the hill in her GD WRX. And stops the clock there at a 100.6, being her fastest time of the day too. Looking at Lachlan Tillett now. Around a 58.73 on his last run. Been very consistent all weekend, slowly chipping away at his times. Shared the car with Povey this weekend. 58.38. So a little smidge better than his 58.73. So he's going to be happy with that. Good work there by Lachlan. Or Cole Trickle as he likes to go by. We've got Graham Vanderhoek on screen now in the Superbug. We're all cheering for Graham here in the commentary department. He's been on the microphone with me a lot of the weekend, so I thank Graham for his help here and his racing insight. He's looking for anything below a 104, and he'd love to see that. But unfortunately for Graham, it's a 105.5. Very consistent all weekend, just trying for a PB, not quite getting there this year. But nevertheless, still a good drive. As we see race controller, Steve Saunders now making his way around the hairpin. Steve's got his Nissan Altima. Drives this around town as well as a daily grocery getter. Steve's done a 109.62. Very well done there by Steve. He will be happy with that. 109.62. He was in the 109s all day, actually. So another very consistent run there by Steve. As we see the HSV Club Sport of Mark Rowley now making its way out of the hairpin. Oh, a little tail happy there. Rowley's going to put the clubby across the line at a 104.32 for Mark Rowley, which makes that his fastest time of today. Nicely done there. As we see the Gav Farley Evo now making its way out of the hairpin. Gav Farley's going to stop the clock there at a 55.6. See the Chris Kenny WRX now making its way through the hairpin. To the finish line. He's going to break the beam, stop the clock at a time of 58.38. Well done there, Chris. Good time, 58.38 there. We are getting to the pointy end of this field here. We're going to break into the top 10 very shortly of this Bosch Motorsport Australia shootout. Very pleased to have Bosch on board this year to bring all this live footage to everyone around the world. They've supplied us with some extra cameras and a bit of extra money to help make this live stream possible. We just saw Luke Lamont there across the line at the 107.3. Lloyd Dickeroff takes the 200 across the line in a 55.9. He will be happy with that time, a 55.9. Got Michael Ruff now making his climb up the hill in the little Burgundy XL. Michael Ruff now making his final right-hand turn, putting the foot flat to the floor in the little XL. He's going to stop the clock there at a 104.63. Nicely done. We've got Dr. Booker now on screen making his final run up the hill. Been a great help here this weekend having Dr. Booker here. Has been pretty good in relations to crashes and stuff. He hasn't actually had to help anyone. Everyone's been safe that has had an accident. They haven't been hurt, so it's been good. But you got to have these guys here regardless. So Dr. Andrew Booker now just going to point his car over the line for the last time and stops it at a 102.46. So run 4 here, the Bosch Motorsport Shootout at Legends of the Lake 2023, proudly sponsored by Trident Tyre Centre. We'll be resuming very shortly with the last 17 to 18 cars to go, including our top 10 runners and a few juniors. Interesting afternoon here. Will Dan Day get below a 49? Even though it's currently good enough to take it home, it would be nice to see a 48. And who's going to take out second place? It's going to be tight there, I reckon, between Kevin Mackerel, Douglas Johnson and Damien Brand, and even Damien Malzani. All big contenders there to take out second. It's going to be quite hard for anyone to get that 49 of Dan's, but still worth a fight. So we'll be right back very shortly, and we will wrap the Legends of the Lake 2023 up for this year. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, Lockie. Cool.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
It's fair to say a lot of things have changed since we began back in the 80s, but the foundations of our business remain the same. We were here for you then, and we're still here for you now. Providing quality products, professional service and guaranteed workmanship by qualified technicians. As we continue to grow into the future, you know you can always rely on us.
Trident Tyre Centre keeps me safe on the road.
Lucas. Okay, guys, so we've got the final cars coming up for the rest of the weekend here. We've got the Bosch shootout that's coming up. We've got the top 7 juniors. We've got 5 two-wheel drives, 5 four-wheel drives. And we've got plenty of juniors to run. So the list for the final run are going to be Lucas Byam, Marcus Brand, Zachary Byam, Matt Frith, Nick Strickinson, Kyle Johnson, Sean Williamson, Damien Brand, Max Vittinen, Damien Malzani, Kevin Mackerel, Dylan Rydell, Anthony Norris, Douglas Johnson, Charlie Evans, Andrew Campbell, and of course Dan Day, who's currently winning and is going to be very hard to get the honours off, but everyone's going to have a dip and see what they can do. It's going to be exciting shootout here this afternoon for the Bosch Motorsport Top 10 shootout. So stay tuned, guys, because it's going to be exciting. Whilst we wait for everything to get organised here, might just shout out to our sponsors one last time. Of course, Trident Tyre Centre, City of Mount Gambier, ANC Mechanical, Actec, Adelaide General Plumbing, Adelaide Hills Conveyances, Ample Auto, Application Service Providers, Avis, Baker's Delight, Badnock's Deli, Billy Brand's Wines, Blue Lake Cranes, Blue Lake Holiday Park, Bosch Motorsport, Carlin and Gazzard. They've supplied us all our course cars this weekend, so that's been great. Clutch Life Media, for all those people watching online, they've done all our live streaming this year and in previous years, and every year just getting better and better at it. Can't wait to see what they've got to offer for us next year. Cocky's Auto Mart, Compton Refrigeration. If you want to get a aircon or a fridge fixed, go see Simo at Compton Refrigeration. Cooper Subaru, D&D Mechanical and Four-Wheel Drive, DPF Particle Solutions SA if you want to get your DPF in your diesel cleaned rather than just replaced. EB Graphics, they did all our merch this year, all our clothing, and such a great job too. Exchange Printers, Farm Gear, Galpin's Accountants, Gambia West Brakes, Gula Vehicle Sales, Anthony Norris, who is actually running in our top 10 at Grand Auto Wreckers there, GT Industrial Sales, Hannaford Seeds, Heemskirk Security. We've all run into Merv this morning at the gate, done a great job of looking after the cars and venue over the weekend. Heenan Earth Moving, Hydrolec, Infrabuild and Joanne's Espresso. Alright, looks like we are underway for the final run of the day. We're starting off with some juniors here. Got Lucas Byam making his way to the top. These juniors have had a great weekend here. All great car and seat time experience. Everyone's been improving, and it's great to see these juniors here, the future of motorsport, making their way up. Lucas now making his final approach to the hairpin. Lucas taking that BMW over the line now and stopping the clock at a 1:17.04 for Lucas. First of our juniors here. As we see Zachary Byam now Also in a BMW, making his way up the hill. So we see Zachary Bynum making his way into the hairpin here. It's another one of our juniors, and then we are going to get into these top 10 cars of the weekend. Zachary Bynum now going over the line and stopping the clock at a 1:27.7. So we see that one of our first contenders of the actual top 10 outright positions here, making his way to the top of the mountain, of Nick Strickerson in the R35 Skyline. Very well built machine, this one. Flying up past the Animal Sanctuary now. Will come onto screen at the Devil's Punch Bowl. Looking very good here, fine form. Makes his way into the hairpin. Smooth exit there for Nick. Really pumping this GTR hard now. And Nick's gonna stop the clock at a 53.50. 53.50 for Nick Strickerson in the GTR. Just leaving the line now is Matt Frith. Matt Frith in the Sylvia. These are all pointy end guys now we're watching here. This is to win the weekend. One last chance to beat Dan Day's 49.23 there. Going to be very hard to do. As Matt makes his way around the hairpin now. Navigated it well for the last time today. Puts the foot flat, stops the clock at a 56.04. 56.04 for Matt Frith. So if you're just tuning in now, guys, we are watching the Bosch Motorsport Top 10 Shootout. You have tuned in at the right time. The pointy end of legends, all coming to conclusion very shortly. As we see Kyle Johnson now in the 1600 making his way to the top. Another one of our juniors. Kyle now making his way into the hairpin. Lifts that in a left wheel of the 1600 there. Nicely done. Hasn't washed off too much speed around that hairpin. As he points it to the finish line, he's going to stop the clock at a 109.03. 109.03 there. As we see the Sean Williamson entry, the Baby Grand National, now on screen, making his way to the top of the hill. Absolutely killing it this weekend, this little machine. Sean Williamson now just coming into screen at the hairpin. Little brake lock up, really hammering this Grand National now. Wanting to get that better time. Better position on the podium there for him. Giving it all it has. Takes that final right-hander, puts the foot flat to the floor. Sean's going to stop the clock there at a 55.39. 55.39 there for Sean. Great run there. Alright, we've got Damien Brand here. Now Damien's really going to be pumping it hard because he has to try and keep his second place position here. So what has Damien got for us? He's going to be giving everything that he can to get out of that WRX. Just been joined back in commentary by Graham.
Oh yeah, just got back from up the top of the hill.
Good to have you back, mate, for the final bit of the day here.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Here we go. We can see Damien. This is where he's going to make or break. What's he got at the hairpin? Oh, beautifully done by Damien Brand there.
True Damien style. He pulls that handbrake rather well.
Come on, Damien. What have we got? Let's see a ripper of a time here, mate. And it's going to be 52.91.
Wow.
What a cranker of a time there by Damien.
Is that going to be good enough for a second? No.
Not sure. I don't think it is, unfortunately.
It's not going to move him up. Certainly won't move him down. No, it's about a tenth of a second off his fastest for yesterday anyway. So,
but still a great run there at the end.
Yeah.
And how fantastic was that hairpin? Looking at Max Vittinen now in the Commodore. No one of the juniors here. Mixing it up a bit. We're throwing the juniors and the top 10 all together here at the Bosch Motorsport Top 10 Shootout.
Okay, we're running in some sort of order here anyway. We'll wing the rest of it. We'll see what car comes up next.
I've got the running order, but I'm not 100% sure of the actual class orders they're running in. I think they're just mixing them all in with each other as we watch Max now take that hairpin. Nicely done. His final run for the day. His juniors really shown improvement all weekend. More confidence in themselves and their cars. 107.35 there for Max. Nicely done, Max.
We've had a lot of father and son combinations in the same car over the course of the weekend, and invariably the sons are getting the wood on the old man.
That's it.
Yeah. There's only so much experience can do for you.
As we got another top contender leaving the line now, Damien Malzani,
the mighty RX-7,
representing the Roaders here today. And geez, he does a good job of sending this car up the hill. Yep. Always in the top few here at the Field of Legends.
Yeah, looking pretty clean and neat so far. If you're up the top of the hill, he'll be coming into view any time now. The best part of 100 mile an hour there. Tips it in nicely. Drives it round. He's keeping it nice and smooth here.
Nicely done there by Damien.
Has he got another half a second in him? He's chasing down a 54. Don't think he's going to do it.
54.76. 54.76. The crowds are
great time
and cheering down.
Well,
here for him.
the entire Malazani family is sitting across the road here from the commentary box, and they're all getting pretty excited.
What a great run there by Malzani. As we see the big purple peel of Kevin Mackerel, another crowd favourite making its way to the top.
Got the bit between his teeth here. He's driving it pretty angry, I think.
Yeah, what did he get it down to in the end there? He got a 52 somewhere or something yesterday, or was that today actually? I'll have to have a look at me little notes that I've written down here.
Doesn't look like he's going to leave anything behind here. He'll be coming up into view. He's into the bus stop. Turns it, drives it round. Giving it a right old crack here. He's going to stop the clock at 51.97.
That's definitely good enough to nearly take out second, I would say.
Could be. We'll wait on the...
For Kevin Mackerel there, a 51.97. What a smashing time.
Certainly not going to get him into first place outright, but should get him on the podium.
You'll be happy with that. As we see Dylan Rydell now making his way off the line, another one of our juniors. These juniors have had a good weekend here at Hillclimb.
Yeah, no, it's great to see a lot of juniors getting involved in this sort of thing. I run a junior development program up in Adelaide for Southern Districts Car Club, and it's great the response you get from the kids and the families and everyone involved with it. It's a great way to get your start into motorsport. Come on, Dylan, he's coming into view at the top here now. He's driving a pretty clean line here. Nice into the bus stop. Smoothly as you go there, Dylan. A little bit of tyre smoke coming off. He's got the bit between his teeth, not so tidy on the very last corner. He's going to cross the line at a 1 minute 6.7.
Nicely done, Dylan. 106.7. Online now, we got Anthony Norris in the two-wheel drive class of the top 10 shootout.
Right, can he roll his last dice and knock Andrew Campbell out of the park? We'll soon find out. Stay tuned.
It's going to give it everything it's got, this Nissan of his. Will not be leaving anything behind.
Nice and tidy over the bridge. He's heading up the hill.
Past the punch bowl there, just coming into sight now on the hairpin corner. Oh, thrown it in hard and he's lost it.
Oh, he's lost it. He's lost it. He's turned it.
Done.
He's turned it right around.
He will be spewing about that.
Yeah, no recovering from that one, afraid to say. It's going to turn into a 5-point turn. No, not quite.
He's just going to melt his tyres.
Oh, he's made a bit of a mess of it. Let's put on a bit of a show. Burn some rubber. Won't be needing that anymore today anyway, so do what you do.
And that's what he's doing.
And that's what he's doing. So, okay. Anthony Norris from Grand Auto Wreckers, he's having a bit of a skid show up the top.
Oh, you might as well have fun on your last run if you're not going to get a good time.
There you go.
121.77 there with a burnout.
Oh, we're just going to watch it again just to make sure. Yep. Just back end step right out on him then.
We got Friday's outright winner now, making his way to the top of the mountain. Douglas Johnson in his pretty mean WRX. What has he got in store for us? Graham's just having a good laugh at Norris there.
Just watching play at Norris here.
But downfield, we are looking at the Douglas Johnson car. Should be coming into screen soon. absolutely killing this car this weekend.
Remember, these cars are all doing upwards of 100 mile an hour before they start thinking about slowing down for the bus stop.
Wasn't his best exit out of the hairpin there I've seen all weekend by him. But what will it actually put down over the line? 52.46. 52.46. Still enough at the moment to keep him in third, I think. Don't definitely hold me to that. The final score is up to timing.
Got another junior taking off the line. That's Charlie Evans in the little Hyundai XL.
The little Circuit XL. These guys have been pretty consistent all weekend, around the 106 marks.
Not quite so many XLs here this weekend, Sam. They had a class of their own last year.
Yeah, there's only 4 or 5 of them this year.
I think so, yep.
The actual circuit ones, there was a couple of odd ones there as well.
Yep.
Because these circuit ones are all set up pretty well the same. They've got a sealed unit motor and all that. Make sure you're not gaining any advantage over your other competitors. Charlie Evans now making his last way around the hairpin for the weekend. Has been snipping microseconds off his runs every run, this guy. Charlie should be proud of himself this weekend. Done a great job. Done a 104.28. Another good time there by Charlie. In the little XL.
Oh, very tidy time.
And we've got Andrew Campbell down here on the line now.
He's about to light the place up. Pay attention, folks.
Does know how to put on a show too, this guy. We've got some in-car footage of this one, I think.
This is our current two-wheel drive leader.
Got the in-car on screen as well.
Great work.
If you're watching the Bosch Motorsport shootouts, you're in for a great run up the hill here. Seems like the GoPros are rolled over.
The GoPros rolled inside the car.
Absolutely flying up there past the punch bowl. Just coming into scene now at the hairpin. He is hot in there. Very nicely done there by Andrew Campbell. He's really wanting that time. What has this machine put down for him? It is a 53.31. Not a bad time at all.
I don't think that's going to change too much though.
No. Not for the two-wheel drive class. He may be a contender there for the two-wheel drive class though.
Pretty funny to see what was going on the in-car camera there.
Yeah. Can't see a faster two-wheel drive in the shootout anyway.
Here we go. 7-time winner of Legends of the Lakes, Dan Dace on the start line. Going for number 8.
And we've got great in-car of this as well. You can see the map on Dan's screen there, on his steering wheel there.
Yep. Let's hope
doesn't look like Legends.
let's hope they've tightened up the GoPro mount a bit better.
So this is one serious bit of gear, this SJ1000 Bosch Motorsports car. Built in-house at S&J. Wow, look at the speed of this thing.
He's got to be doing 180 up there, surely.
Whew, sparks in to the hairpin there as the front diffuser hits the ground.
Can he pull off a 48? That's what they've been chasing all weekend.
Here we go. He's on target for one, and it is not there. 50.04. So his previous score is going to take out the weekend, though.
It's the 49.93 from yesterday.
And just to wrap up the weekend, we're going to have Jack Monkhouse throw his 180B up there for one more time. Just put a show on for the crowd. But geez, what a drive by Dan Day this weekend.
No, he's got a passenger in with him. I can't quite see who it is.
What an awesome drive by Dan there, though. What an awesome machine, really.
Absolutely, all the way.
They do a great job there at S&J.
And a lot of local input into that piece of machinery as well.
So to conclude the day, we're going to have presentations down here in the pit. So when all the drivers can get a chance together, congregate down at the pit and get ready for presentations, which will happen as soon as all the cars return from the top to the bottom.
Probably a 10-15 minute delay at very most. So, but what a nice bit of handbrake work there from Jack Monkhouse.
What another successful and great year it has been at Legends here.
Oh, he's having a ball.
Bloody oath.
I'm sure we'll see him.
Really giving this passenger a
handbrake on
great
the last
run.
corner.
And that is going to go across in a 58.2. No slouchy time there either.
No, not at all.
With all that showmanship.
No, plenty of
We
talent.
got Dr. Booker doing one more run too.
Just a quick health check.
Yeah, just
of course.
That's right.
Before we wrap things up for the afternoon.
But yeah, what another great year of Legends this year. The Bosch Motorsport shootout been fantastic. Loving all this extra drone footage and all the camera work there. Thanks to Bosch and Rural IT Solutions for their hard work there, and obviously Clutch Life Media putting it all together and all the switching that Dion's been doing there at the top. Done a fantastic job to be able to bring it to you guys that can't actually make it here this weekend.
There we are, a little pan over from the drone over the pits and the car parking area. What a beautiful scene.
Yeah, this event's just getting better and better every year. Big shout out to Kevy and his team for putting it together. Like, what a great job he does there, getting it together with such a small crew.
It's his 10th year, of course, and they awarded him with a 10-year medal at driver's briefing this morning.
Yeah, he deserves it.
Big congratulations there.
Loves his motorsport, Kevy. Got his heart in the right spot when it comes to the motorsport stuff
and promoting the juniors and
that's right.
bringing his own kids into the family of motor races.
It's one of my favourite times of year down here at Legends, and been a pleasure being in here.
One of. Oh, this is my favourite time of year.
It'd probably only get better for me if I actually drove a car up the hill.
Probably would. You sit here in the commentary box for a few years like I did early on, and you start thinking, well, I need to be over there on the start line at some stage.
That's right.
And then you get hooked. So 11 years later, I'm still sitting here in the box and loving the place.
But yeah, so that really does conclude our event here this year. We thank everyone that's tuned in online and listened to us ramble all weekend. Thanks again to all our sponsors and all our volunteers for our help over the weekend. Been a real pleasure having you in the box with me again, Graham, this year.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I'm sorry I haven't spent as much time as I would have liked.
That's all right, mate. You got a race car to sort out.
Yeah, it's not an easy gig when you're driving a car and running between here and the pits and.
That's it. No, I understand.
And still trying to get around the pits a little bit to have a bit of a chat to drivers and see what issues are going on. So.
But I look forward to seeing you again back here next year.
And I look forward to being here, and I hope to see all your happy, smiling faces here again.
Yep, well, that's us signing off from Legends, Trident Tyre Centre, Legends of the Lake Hillclimb 2023.
Thank you.
Thanks all.